I ride that high for the next like 3 months. That feeling of being approached and appreciated, especially by a woman, is amazing. But I don't know. I don't want to speak for all guys here, but it can be hard to tell if a compliment is flirtatious or just someone being nice. And if it is flirtatious and you're a good guy like this poster seems to be, sometimes you're so focused on not trying to be a dick or come off creepy that you don't pick up on any of the signals that the girl is into you. But like in this case, she approached him, she complimented him, she had a conversation, and then gave him her Instagram. I think it's pretty safe for him to politely ask her out. There's a good conversation happening in the comments here that's like a little bit relevant, so I'll just read that really quick. This commenter writes, "Coming from a woman, I'm not giving my socials to a guy I'm showing pity to. She definitely likes you." The OP then writes back, "I've taken girls being nice as flirting mistakenly in the past, but I'll try this time." That commenter then writes again, "Even if she's not interested, she seems to be nice, so I don't think she'll be an asshole about it. There's no harm in just asking her. Send her a message and maybe ask her out on a date or to hang out as friends and let her decide." The poster then made an update 23 days later, and so I'll go ahead and read that and we can find out how this ends. "I think I did it. The next day we had lunch together and was set for dinner the following day. I was afraid I would mess it up due to my random social awkwardness, but thankfully nothing happened. I just imagined myself talking to a friend instead of a girl. We've been talking nonstop, going to the gym together and having dates. Yesterday we had a quick talk about exclusivity, and I told her that I'm dating one person at one time. She said it also applies to her, and we became exclusive, I think. Never have I thought that I would date such a pretty girl. I still think she's out of my league, but I will make sure that this feeling does not hinder the relationship. Thank you for the advice and comments on the original post." I think this story is like a really good example of like how quickly your life can turn around. If you're in one of those periods where you're just feeling kind of depressed and low, this guy was saying that, 3 months ago he was feeling the worst that he's ever felt. And now look at him, he's going to the gym, he's in a routine, and he's got a girlfriend. That's great. Those periods of your life happen. It just takes a little bit of intention to get out of it. Also, this guy got a little bit lucky. He got approached at the gym. It doesn't happen every day. But alright, I'm happy for the thriving couple. Let's go ahead and read another story here. "Am I the asshole for refusing to delete my son's Roblox account, even though my husband wants me to? I'm a 38-year-old female, and I need some perspective because my husband, he's 40 and male, thinks I'm in the wrong here. My son is 10 years old and plays Roblox for about an hour each night before bed. His day is packed. School, homework, sports, and some leisure time. The Roblox session is really the only time that he gets to unwind, and he keeps it very controlled. He doesn't play it for hours, doesn't skip homework or sports, and knows he has limits. I work from home, so I'm around him throughout the day. I know exactly what he's doing. I monitor his schedule, and I make sure he balances school, sports, study, and playtime. When he plays Roblox, I sit next to him and watch my TV show, so I can supervise him while he's enjoying some downtime. The conflict comes from my husband. He is extremely concerned about predatory activity on Roblox. Some countries having banned Roblox and ongoing lawsuits makes him think that our son should not be allowed to play at all. He argues that even with parental controls, the risks are too high. I refuse to delete the account because parental controls are enabled, I've restricted chat, friend requests, and purchases, making his account very safe. He's responsible with his time, it's only 1 hour, and it doesn't interfere with our school activities. It's supervised play, I sit next to him while he plays and monitor everything. And it's a way for him to relax. After a busy day, this is his only downtime. Every time I bring this up, my husband insists that any exposure to Roblox is too risky, even under parental supervision. I feel like I'm being reasonable, and deleting the account would punish him unnecessarily. So am I the asshole for refusing to delete his Roblox account? Before I read the update to this story, I just want to say that I think we're probably all going to agree that the dad is in the wrong here. Like an hour a night on Roblox really doesn't seem that bad, especially if it's already supervised. And that's what the comments are already saying. The consensus with the comments is that like their kid is going to be online anyways, so this is a pretty responsible way to learn how to be online, which I completely agree with. The kid is going to be in online spaces for the rest of his life. He may as well start learning at a young age, and this is a pretty tame environment to be learning in. That said, I think the dad's concerns are coming from a good place, but I mean there's already like parental controls on the account, they're already supervising. This seems like it shouldn't be that big a deal. I don't know anything about parenting though, so I think I'd probably be concerned too. But anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and read the update and we'll find out how this story ends. Okay, so this update came 2 days later after that initial post. So my husband actually read through a bunch of your comments. At first he was stubborn, but after seeing how many people said supervision plus limits are key, he agreed that we should at least try to have a middle ground instead of deleting everything. We decided to talk to our son about online dangers, don't give out info, don't trust strangers, tell us if something weird happens, and our son nodded very seriously. Many comments suggested that my husband sit with my son and try to understand his world, and honestly, my husband did try that. My son would say, "See, Dad, you grow a garden, seeds like Ember Lily and prismatic ones earn you the most profit, then you blah 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 blah, whole lot of nonsense." My husband just sat there with a blank face. None of those words make any sense to us, but he was so confident, explaining it like a professor giving a lecture. My husband didn't want to kill the moment. So my husband just said, "Ah, okay, I get it now." Spoiler, he did not get it at all. Now my husband actually sits with him during Roblox time. Our son is thrilled to narrate everything. Meanwhile, my husband just looks like he's watching an alien language stream in real time. I sit there with my show and just laugh quietly. So no, we still don't understand Roblox. We're just two clueless millennial parents trying to decode what our son says while he's living his best life. But at least we're now approaching it together instead of arguing. Thanks Reddit for pushing us in the right direction. I love that the story ended with them getting closer as a family. I don't really know anything about parenting, but I think it's always great when parents take an interest in their kids' interests. Like, I think that's always just the better parenting option than shutting down what your kid likes. I have to say, I do relate to these parents though. I know nothing about Roblox. And like, I had no idea how actually popular Roblox was. It's a massive game. People love Roblox. But a couple years ago, I went and visited my little cousins and they were showing me Roblox for the first time. And I've never felt so washed up and old in my entire life. That game makes no sense to me, but I'm happy that other people enjoy it. I've come to terms with my UNC status. It is what it is. I'm just not going to get some things anymore. Let's go ahead and get some of these diamonds that I left behind before. I feel like I've kind of picked this area clean at this point, but I think there's still some stragglers that I missed around here. I've been playing Minecraft for a long time, and this is just the largest cave system that I've ever seen. We're far away, but this cave that we're in right now is still connected to my main cave base. Oop, I saw you, you're not getting away. But like, ideally, I would like to expand the base all the way out here eventually. I can't see, I mean, like, I'm definitely gonna run out of stuff to build by then. I intend for this world to be going forever, so I mean, I guess I'm gonna need the space at some point. Anyways, I'm gonna keep exploring here. Let's get another story going. Here's a short one, but it's nice. The title is, "I'm getting married in less than 24 hours. I'm a 26-year-old male, and I'm getting married tomorrow. I can't sleep because I'm so excited. I keep looking over at my fiance, 29 female, sleeping next to me, and I'm in disbelief. This smart, beautiful, compassionate, funny, caring woman is going to be my wife in less than 24 hours. My fiance and I have spent 3.5 amazing years together, and we're taking the next step. I don't think I've ever been this excited in my life. I just hope I can get some sleep right now so I'm not tired tomorrow." 2 days after that initial post, they wrote an update, and they said, "2 nights ago, I wrote about my wedding on here, and about how I couldn't sleep because I was so excited. Well, my wedding just happened yesterday, and my wife looked so elegant and beautiful in her dress. I can't believe that my wife is my wife now. I love her so much, and I'm so happy. I feel so lucky that she decided to marry me. We just got to the hotel for our honeymoon, and I get so unimaginably happy whenever I look at my wife. I don't want this feeling to ever go away." After reading hours and hours of dramatic Reddit stories about people hating each other and like people cheating and all this stuff, it is nice to just like take it down a notch and read some just pleasant stories about people caring about each other. It does feel nice. I'm definitely not going to stop reading the dramatic stories. I can't stay away. Those other types of stories are just way too good and way too entertaining. But that being said, it is nice to just take a break every once in a while and read some good ones. Let's read another one here though. Alright, this post is titled, "Meeting my 16-year-old son for the very first time tomorrow." To make a long story short, 17 years ago, my girlfriend at the time came to me and informed me that she was pregnant. We were in the process of splitting up when we found out. She already had one child from another gentleman and was undecided about her next moves, but it was likely that she was moving back with her parents to get some things in her life sorted out. Her parents were approximately 14 hours away. We discussed options and what each of us would like with respects to the child. It was agreed upon that our number one intent was to provide the child with a safe and stable household in which to grow up. Adoption was the direction that we were leaning. Fast forward about 6 months into the pregnancy. She made the decision to get back together with her first child's father and attempt to repair that relationship. We discussed what would happen with the kid's upbringing, and that the first father would be willing to accept full responsibility for the new kid and would accept him as if he were his own. Fast forward again to the child being about 1 year old. I received a phone call from the child's mother asking if I would like to meet. It would be just her and I to discuss things and catch up. I agreed, and while we were meeting and catching up, she gave me a couple photos from the kid's first year of life. The only other contact that I've made since then was approximately 5 years ago when I got an email with an updated address for the mother. No other details have been provided. Sunday, just this last week, I received a notification that the child's mother would like to connect with me via LinkedIn. It's of note that neither of us really keep any social media presence, as neither of us really see any point to it. I accepted the invitation on LinkedIn and got a message along with it. Here's what it says. Hey, I apologize for seeking you out through your business, but this is the only way I could find to contact you. This must be a bit of a surprise to hear from me, and a bit out of the blue, but I hope you're well. Our kid is 16 years old. He's been asking questions about his birth father and genetics. I think he would like to meet you. If you're interested, please contact me. If you have any concerns or would not like to meet, I would still appreciate just a short reply, just so I know that you received the message. Again, I hope this finds you well. I was completely shaken at that point. I've ebbed and flowed on the desire to reach out for years, but have not done so as I've not wanted to overstep and deeply value a two-parent household, not a two-parent household plus another parent on the side. I reached out to the mother via phone, and we had a short but pleasant conversation. They're living only about 45 minutes away from me, and they have been for the last 12 years. We agreed to meet for coffee and catch up the following day. We talked for about 5 hours, and I saw many photos, heard many stories about the child's upbringing, his successes, his failures, some funny stories, all of the things that a parent would like to hear about their child. At the end of the meeting, she asked me if I'd like to meet my kid at a restaurant somewhere close between us. I agreed, and now I'm only about 16 hours away from this meeting. I'm going to be completely honest. I'm freaking out over here. After feeling like I had failed my first and only child, I chose to get a vasectomy as I never wanted to feel that level of guilt and failure ever again. There were many times that I felt like I was never ever going to have the opportunity to meet my child, and I've done a lot of work to make peace with that thought. How do I even approach this situation at this point? I'm over the moon excited to meet my child for the first time. However, I have such incredible feelings of guilt and failure. Will the meeting be a positive one? Am I simply going to get there and get shredded by a teenager with an axe to grind, or otherwise negative disposition towards a father that was never there for him? Any thoughts and opinions are very welcome. I'll come clean that I haven't read ahead in this story yet to find out if this meeting goes well or not. It is in the positive updates subreddit though, so I'm pretty sure that this will be fine. But let's go ahead and find out what happens. This update is from 2 days after the initial post. We met at 3 p.m. Eastern yesterday at a sit-down chain restaurant. When I walked in at 2:45, I was standing at the front waiting to speak with the hostess when I saw my ex walking up to me. We spoke briefly before she took me over to the table where my son was. I was beyond nervous. I let his mother lead, and she introduced me in her typical calm and gentle voice. We exchanged smiles, and I sat down across from him. As expected, the tension and nerves were palpable. We exchanged pleasantries, just as anyone would do when they're meeting someone for the first time. Pleasure to meet you. I've heard many good things about you. How have you been? The how have you been question sparked a response that I wasn't necessarily expecting, but probably should have known given that this gentleman across from me shares my DNA, and therefore I should have known he would carry my dry, sarcastic sense of humor. He said, like recently? Or over the last 16 years? All I could really do was smile broadly and answer with whichever you would like to share, or both if that works for you. We shared a meal, spoke for about 2.5 hours at the restaurant, and took some first steps to catch up. I learned about his love of books, movies, and music, his deeply rooted love for video games, mythology, and folklore. He assuredly had questions about me and my life over the last 16 years, but he was exceptionally kind and gentle in his questioning. I never felt like his intent was to attack me, only to probe and quell his curiosity about where he came from. Near the end of the meal, there was a pause in the conversation, and it felt appropriate to very simply and frankly say, "Thank you for reaching out," which was met with a very genuine smile and an "of course." We collectively decided to leave the restaurant and walk around a nearby shopping center. We walked and talked for another hour. Very casual conversation, like that of a couple old friends catching up after an extended absence. The sense of calm and relief that progressively washed over me as we had this conversation was unbelievable. As the meeting came to a conclusion, both my ex and I reinforced that it was absolutely my son's decision if he would like to continue to build a relationship with me. After a moment of reflection, he said, "I think I would really like that." It's not lost on me that there's a lot of work to be done, and that it's going to take a long time to do all that work. I'm ready for it, and honestly, I'm willing to do what I need to in order to make this right. I know that he has a lot to unpack, and both my ex and I have a lot to unpack as well. We took a picture together before we left. I have it on my phone right now, but the one thing that stands out to me in that picture is that we have the same smile. Alright, I think that turned out great. I don't know, it might have been nice for the poster to play a more active role in the son's life growing up, but it sounds like it worked out for the best. They're developing a relationship now. The kid also sounds pretty great, to be honest. Luckily, it's not something I ever had to deal with, but if my dad didn't show up for like the first 16 years of my life and was just completely absent, I think I'd be a little pissed. But it's great that he handled it well and that they're able to develop a relationship now. Let's go ahead and read another story. This next one seems a little bit related to that last one, so I just figured that we'd read this one super quick. This post is titled, I want to start calling my adoptive mom, Mom, instead of her actual name. A little bit of a confusing title, but let's get into it here. I'm a 15-year-old male, and my biological parents put me up for adoption when I was born. So I was always in foster homes until I was 12. I had a teacher, Janice, 33, female, who was my homeroom teacher. Janice found out about me being a foster kid and how I wished I had a family. Janice had also been a foster kid growing up, and so long story short, she then became my foster mom and adopted me. Janice is the best mom I could ever ask for. She's been so unbelievably kind and loving to me, and I absolutely adore her. The problem is that I don't call her mom, I call her Janice. I want to start calling her mom, but I have no idea how to do it without making it awkward. Please help me, internet strangers. There's then an update to this post shortly thereafter. Thanks to all of you who responded, and some of your ideas really made me tear up. Anyways, this morning I went to Janice and said, "Good morning, Mom." She just looked at me and started crying and came over and hugged me and kissed me on the forehead. I hugged her back, and she said I could call her whatever made me comfortable, and that she loves me more than anything. I just replied with, "I love you, Mom." See, the vibes were great on that one, and it was nice to hear a story from, like, the kid's perspective in relation to that last story that we just read. I don't have too much to say on this one. It's just a super happy story, and I thought it was relevant. Let's go ahead and read another one. Okay, so we had a story earlier about girls approaching guys from the male perspective. Now we got one from the female perspective. I'm a waitress, and I have a huge crush on a regular customer. So I'm a 24-year-old female, and I work part-time as a waitress, and I have a huge crush on a guy who tends to come in for breakfast or lunch a couple times a week on the days that I'm working. He's handsome, super sweet, and I'm pretty sure he's single, but I'm not 1,000% sure. If I had to guess, I'd say he's between 25 and 27. I've gotten to know him a little bit since we talked sometimes when it's not too busy. He said he moved here a few months ago. I'd love to ask him out, but I have no idea how, and plus I get really nervous around him. Whenever he comes in, my manager always makes sure I get him since she knows I have a big crush on him. His bill is usually between $8 and $9, but he always pays with a 20 and tells me to keep the change. Do you think that's a sign that he likes me? Yeah. My manager said she's seen him drive a really expensive sports car a couple times, so the large tip might not mean anything. But she said she catches him looking at me quite a bit and said he never comes in when I'm not working. Considering I'm a kind and shy person, what's the best way to ask him out without being extremely embarrassed or nervous? My hands are sweating just thinking about it. I mean, I think this guy likes this poster. I think it would be absolutely no problem for her to just ask this guy out next time he comes in. I'm sure it would go over very well for her. But it's easy for me to say that from this position, like behind a microphone talking to myself. In practice, it is so much harder. I get so nervous talking to strangers. If you're one of those people that can just see someone that you're attracted to and walk up to them, a complete stranger, and just start talking to them and ask them out, I have great respect for you. You have game. My social anxiety gives me negative game. So I guess what I'm saying is that I empathize with this poster, but, you know, we could all do a little bit better if we were just more confident and willing to do the thing that we're nervous about doing. But we've got an update. This is 6 days after the initial post. Here's what they wrote. I have good news. As I mentioned in my original post, I normally work Friday mornings, and he comes in for breakfast at the same time every Friday. Well, I had the day off, and I decided to show up for breakfast at the same time as him, and it worked out perfectly. I sat down in the area that he always sits and waited. About 10 minutes later, he walked in the door and saw me sitting down ordering breakfast. He came up to me and looked at me a little puzzled because I wasn't wearing my uniform. He asked if I had the day off, and I said yes. And he said, "That sucks, you're my favorite waitress." I also did my hair and put on some cute clothes that morning, and he noticed because he complimented me and said I looked, quote, really pretty. I could feel my face getting hot. I probably turned 10 shades of red. Next thing I know, he asked if he could sit at my table with me. I was so nervous. Guys never give me butterflies, but he gives them to me all the time. But I acted totally normal and tried not to be a dork. Normally, I'm really shy around him, but he made me feel comfortable and was super easy to talk to. We sat and talked for a while before our breakfast came. My manager was the one waiting on us, which she never does, but she's been encouraging me to make a move on him for quite some time. She was so happy for me. Anyway, I felt like he was giving me signals the entire time, which made me a lot more confident. So I finally worked up the courage and asked if he'd like to hang out sometime, and he agreed. We swapped numbers, and he's been texting and flirting with me a few times a day ever since. Since we've been texting, I've learned that we both enjoy hiking, so I suggested that we go hiking and check out an old lighthouse which isn't too far from where we live. He just moved here, so he's never seen it before. We live on the Great Lakes in northern Michigan. When we were texting last night, he mentioned that he'd like to go to this fall festival, which is coming up in a couple weeks, and wanted to know if I'd go with him. So I playfully said, "Are you asking me out on a date?" And he said, "Yes, will you please go with me?" TLDR, we're hanging out and going out on a date. Okay, so there's another update here 2 months later. It's been a couple months since my last post, and I think you guys deserve a happy update. 2 months ago, I left off by mentioning that I was going to take him out on a date and show him around the area a little bit since he just moved here. We had planned on going to a lighthouse, which was a short drive from where we live. I was afraid it was going to rain, but it turned out to be the perfect day. We packed a little picnic, spent an afternoon hiking. I thought it was so romantic, and we had a great time. Over the next couple weeks, we continued to see each other and go on fun dates. I wanted to take things to the next level so badly, but I wanted to wait and make sure that he felt the same way about me. After a couple weeks of dating, we were hanging out at his place one night, just watching a movie, and that's when he finally asked me if we could be exclusive. So here we are. We've been in an exclusive relationship for a couple months now, but I feel like I've known him forever. We just click. Anyway, he has a huge family, and they had Thanksgiving last weekend, which I was invited to. He begged me to come. I'm a shy person, so I was a little bit nervous, but they made me feel so welcome. His mom's a total sweetheart, and his dad's hilarious. When we were leaving, I gave his parents hugs, and his mom said to me, "You know, he always talks about you, and he's madly in love with you." My boyfriend was so embarrassed. I've never seen him get so red. I invited him to my family's Thanksgiving as well, and my family loved him, which was a huge relief because my dad hasn't liked any of my past boyfriends. But he immediately took a liking to him and had to show him around his shop because they're both into cars. It was so nice to finally bring a guy home that dad approves of. And of course, my mom and aunts all thought he was a hunk. Anyway, I just figured I'd let you know how the date went and that we're finally a couple. This story sounds like the script of one of those Hallmark movies. And see, what was she so worried about? This guy liked her the whole time. Okay, here's all the ore that I got from that caving trip. People are always asking me to upgrade my gear and whatnot, so I think I might upgrade a couple things right now. I don't know if I'm going to make some people mad with my choice of what I'm going to upgrade here, but okay, here's my thinking. I shouldn't upgrade my chest plate because I never wear it anyways. I'm always wearing elytra, so why would I upgrade a chest plate? The people who are actually good at Minecraft and watch my gameplay are always leaving very polite but upset comments about how bad I am. This is way too expensive just to name these boots, but I mean, I think the name's just too good. I have to do it.
Genuine ostrich. 3 payments.
Last time I went caving, people said that they wanted to see the construction and deconstruction of the ore obelisk, and I'm a man of the people, so I'm going to do that while I read the next story. Alright, this next post is titled, "Am I the asshole for asking to postpone a punishment for losing a hockey bet?" I'm a 24-year-old male, and I'm originally from Denver, but I currently live in Las Vegas. My best friend Jermaine, who's also 24 and male, has lived in Vegas for most of his life. We're both massive hockey fans. I've been a fan of Denver's hockey team for as long as I can remember, and Jermaine is proud to say that he's been a day one fan of Vegas. This year, Denver and Vegas are going to be facing off in the Stanley Cup Finals, so we had to make a bet. The Stanley Cup Finals are the finals for hockey in North America, if you don't know or follow hockey. We decided that the fan of the losing team will get their haircut by the winner. Denver lost. I will accept my haircut, but not right now. All I asked was if we could postpone it a few weeks. We never set a date for when the haircut has to take place, but I'm due to serve as a groomsman for my sister's wedding 2 weeks from now. I at least owe it to her to have some nice looking wedding pictures, and not another reminder that her brother's an idiot, and that our team lost to the most hated team in the Western Division. Jermaine, on the other hand, thinks that I should suck it up and take the haircut when he so demands it. As I said before, our friends are split on this issue, but a few more are siding with Jermaine on the grounds of a bet is a bet. I think I picked this story because I have been both of these people. I've been the poster, like having to do the ridiculous and humiliating punishment for losing a bet. And I've been Jermaine as well, where I have enforced some absolutely heinous punishments for bets that my friends have lost. And while this poster's friend is correct, a bet is a bet, the poster should have to do the punishment. I think we're all going to agree that he shouldn't have to do it before his sister's wedding. Like, it's okay. You can look nice for your sister's wedding pictures and then get your hair cut in a ridiculous fashion afterwards. All of the comments on this post are saying that they just need to have a conversation and talk about it, and like, obviously that is the solution here. This is not that big a deal. This is a very low stakes problem, but it does feel like the kind of problem that like happens frequently in male relationships. But I do like the poster's attitude about this. Like, he's ready to accept the haircut. He's just trying to put it off for a little bit. That's no problem. Let's go ahead and read this update here, which is shortly thereafter. I took your guys' advice to see if I could try and talk some sense into Jermaine. I waited a few days for him to come down off of his high from winning, and then I brought up asking to postpone the humiliation, and this time Jermaine was a little more open to it, especially when I brought up that my sister's wedding was coming up. My older sister is normally chill AF, but even she had a few bridezilla moments leading up until yesterday. To be honest, I don't blame her. Planning a wedding is stressful. I had to point out to Jermaine that this was a big deal for my sister, and also reminded him of the crap that he went through when his sister was getting married. If he was me, he would have been the one begging to hold off the punishment. In the end, Jermaine agreed to wait until after the wedding. We made up and agreed to have some kind of boundary when it comes to future bets, especially when the humiliation may affect others like our families and friends. Which leads me to today. Jermaine showed up at my apartment at 10 a.m. this morning with a pair of scissors and some clippers. Now I look like what would happen if Harry Potter lost a fight with a lawnmower. Work is going to be rough for the next 2 weeks. Alright, see, it's all copacetic. Just talk it out with the fellas, it's no big deal. I'm glad they worked it out. These punishments always tend to be a great thing to talk about later and to reminisce on. Last year, I actually came in last in my fantasy football league, which, because I suck at fantasy football, okay, I don't get it. But I actually had to postpone the punishment as well. So it's just nice when your friends are understanding about, timelines and aren't enforcing some ridiculous punishment on you. Anyways, I'll quit yapping about my life. Let's read another story. All right, there's the final haul. I think that's pretty good for a day of caving. I've been thinking about what I want to do next, and I think I kind of hate this wall that I built a while ago. Like, it doesn't fit in at all with this hobbit hole area that we have going on. So I think I'm just going to try and make it look more natural, like kind of rocky. Okay, this one's a couple years old. It's from when the COVID lockdowns were still a thing, but I think it's still kind of relevant, so here we go. My fiance and I decided to break up, but she couldn't move out due to the lockdown. After about 4 months of isolating with her, I've realized that I don't want to break up with her anymore. The poster says that his fiance is 26 and female, and he is a 27-year-old male. My fiance and I have been dating since college, and as soon as we graduated, I proposed to her. However, we decided to get married once we were both financially stable and okay with our jobs. Now we've been living together for the last 2 years, and we both meet those job requirements. However, our love for each other has disappeared, or at least the spark that we used to have is gone. We became very busy, her with her graduate education plus job, and me with my work. I admit, I've been spending way too much time in the office, and once I get home, I use my free time to get ahead on deadlines and stuff. She's also constantly stressed and is juggling her education and her teaching job. We never have time for each other anymore, but we were always so busy that we never noticed. Then March came, and she approached me with the subject and we had a long talk. It was an emotional one. We've known each other for so long after all, and we're reaching the end after so many years. She was already in the process of booking flights to stay with her parents for a while when the lockdown was announced. She decided not to go home anymore in fear of possibly carrying the virus and infecting her family. I agreed with that decision, and since then we've been isolating together. Just interjecting here for context in case it's not clear. They're broken up, but they're still living together in isolation during COVID. We're both working from home now, and she also finished her studies in April. Because of that, we've been having a lot of free time. At first it felt a bit awkward. I didn't even know how to talk to her anymore. I got used to short, empty small talk with her, but she's always known how to get me out of my shell, so it didn't take too long before we were having full conversations once again. I just found out that she's had a newfound love for playing The Sims 4. She showed me the family that she's been playing with currently, and I noticed that it was herself and me, plus a cat and a dog whose names were our birth months. She had been really shy initially, but she didn't know that I was feeling flustered then. I think this is when I started to question our decision to break up. After that, it was just small things. I also caught her up on how my life had been, like my shitty supervisor, how I hadn't been taking care of my health lately, etc. And since then, she's been pushing me to work out with her, and she's been trying to get me to eat healthier food options as well. I also came to find out new things about her in these months, which is surprising considering how long we've been together. These past few months have been really good. I felt like I was brought back to the times when we first met and I was just a high schooler with a crush. The thing is, I'm not sure if I can really trust my feelings right now. The only person that I've had contact with was her. I also think we're lucky because we're both really free right now. But I keep thinking, what happens after the lockdown ends? Will we go back to being those busy people that have too little time to talk to each other? I also don't know how to approach her with this. She's always been the talker in our relationship. But at the same time, I'm afraid to talk to her about it and potentially ruin things for us right now. What if she doesn't feel the same way? What if she's just treating me kindly because that's what she is, just a genuinely kind person? The only hope that I'm holding on to right now is the fact that she hasn't planned on going back to her family yet because of domestic travels not being allowed in our country. How do I go about this? The updates to this story are kind of long, so I'll go ahead and read those in a second, but I just wanted to jump in and say really quick here. I mean, these are clearly two very driven people, and I think sometimes if you're two ambitious people in a relationship, you can kind of forget that you have to choose to make time for your partner. Like every day that you are together with someone, you are choosing to be with that person. And I think over long periods of time, it can be easy to forget that, and you can start to choose other things over your partner. I don't know, I think maybe these two just needed a little bit of a relationship reset and time away from work to realize that they still wanted to spend time together. But let's go ahead and read these updates and see how it ends. Alright, this update is from 6 days after that initial post. So the day after posting that, nothing really happened. I spent the day reflecting on what kind of future I see and want with her. I also thought a lot about the past, how we messed up, we both got too lost in our jobs, etc. In my original post, I asked if what I was feeling could be infatuation that would go away quickly as it came. But I realized that my feelings for her never really disappeared to begin with. It's like my heart just went into a deep sleep and I forgot how many feelings I carry for her. I think I'm not really great at communicating my feelings. I tend to keep things to myself. And my fiance is one of those people who can be patient with that. Some people suggested that I write a letter or a note or marry her in Sims. I ended up with drafts of some sappy letters that I ended up scrapping, and a sad attempt to recreate us in The Sims. But still, I wanted to make an effort to show her what I couldn't say through words. I'd heard about her wanting some DLCs in The Sims in the past, so I had the idea to buy a few for her. I surprised her by stealing her laptop for a few hours and buying her those DLCs, and once I gave it back to her, she was so elated and happy. It was really nice seeing her get so happy over it. We played together that whole day. The next day, I found her in the kitchen trying to bake something. It was a blueberry cheesecake recipe, and I basically became her cooking assistant for that day. The day after that, which was yesterday, something important happened. We were snuggled up on the couch playing Sims, and when she closed her laptop, she hugged me tightly without saying anything. I think that's when I realized that she feels the same way as I do, so I had to speak up. I'm still impressed with myself at managing to talk yesterday without choking up, but I basically opened up the conversation by saying, "Are you planning to go to your parents soon?" She said no, she didn't feel like it yet. I asked her why, and she told me she wanted to stay. I told her that I wanted her to stay as well. We went to sleep that night and huddled together, and even though we didn't explicitly say it, I think we're now aware of each other's feelings, and it feels like a really huge improvement for me. Earlier we ate breakfast together. We weren't as chatty as we've been for the last few months, but the silence was comforting. We haven't had the conversation yet, but I'm going to bring it up to her tonight. I'm really glad this whole ordeal went much better than I expected it would, and I'm relieved that I didn't let my doubts get the best of me. Though I still have to get better with how I communicate things, I'm going to learn for her. Then there's one final update here. It's just the same day as that last update. Right now, my fiance is sleeping next to me. Yes, we had the talk. As soon as I posted this, I logged out and gathered myself so that I could tell her what's been going on in my mind for the last few months. It's not really something that was super exciting. We basically just sat down together and talked about what went wrong before. I told her about my feelings and my worries, and she admitted to worrying about what happens after lockdown gets fully lifted too. We both acknowledged that we worked too hard to become financially stable so that we could get married. Right now though, all we could do is promise and talk about how we're going to manage our time better, since we have no idea when things will return to normal. I got to tell her I love her again, for the first time in years probably, and she told me the same. After that, it was back to a lighter conversation. We basically just bonded until she fell asleep. I'll read this comment that I like here just because I think it wraps it up better than I could. I've been married for over 10 years. There's times like this in every long-term relationship where you just aren't feeling the same level of connection or love for each other. It could be because you're too busy or because you have some kind of significant trial that gets in the way. You can avoid some of these barriers, but not all of them. You have to agree to stay together through some of the lows, knowing that your relationship has the strength to come back. But I'm glad that in the end, the couple got back together. Great story, good vibes, all around. My heart is warmed. Let's read another story. Today I fucked up by eating an incredibly spicy pepper in front of a girl. Alright, here's what this poster wrote. So today I was out on a date with a girl I've liked for a long time. I finally took her out, and we were having a great time until I took her to dinner. We went to a nice Mexican place, and I ordered chicken fajitas, and this is where it all went wrong. I noticed that on the side there was a pepper, and while trying to impress her, I ate almost the entirety of the pepper. The spiciest thing I can handle is a jalapeno, so I don't know why I thought this was a good idea. But anyway, I took a huge bite and tried to chew and swallow. I was only able to eat a little bit of it before I spit it out, and tears and some snot rolled down my face, and I had to ask the waiter if they had milk I could drink. I also had to ask for my date's water, and I ordered a sorbet to cool down my mouth. This is either something that we're going to laugh about in 5 years, or she may never want to go out with me again after watching me cry from eating a pepper. I'm typing this up while she's in the bathroom right now, so I imagine when she comes back it'll be pretty awkward. The old eat something absolutely nasty or painful to impress a girl trick. Literally never works. It always seems like a good idea in the moment, but it's never the right idea. Back in college, I did the Buffalo Wild Wings challenge. It's in America, we have this restaurant called Buffalo Wild Wings. And there's this challenge that you can do there where you have to eat 12 of their hottest wings in 6 minutes. And to impress a girl I was with, I did the challenge, and it was so painful. I regretted every second of it, and it looked so nasty because I was just sweating and and crying. It was just not impressive. But you know what? Credit to this guy for trying the hot pepper. There's an update the next day for this post, so let's read how this ends positively. So yes, my date did eventually come back from the bathroom. The rest of the date went surprisingly well. She actually ended up laughing it off and started making jokes about it. When she came back, I said, "I think I handled that well." And she started laughing so hard, so I think I clutched. I felt like it was one of those times where laughter was the best medicine, you know? She had been in the bathroom for a long enough time for me to think that she might have texted or called a few people and told them about me, but she did end up coming back, so I'm hoping that she was just always planning on returning. Anyway, I dropped her off about an hour later, and she texted me a picture of a glass of milk. After that, I think she's a keeper, so I'm gonna ask her out again tomorrow. Wish me luck. I really like the ending to that. That's the ideal scenario where this funny situation just becomes an inside joke between them. And this is what it's about. Dates are meant to be fun, so like to have a lighthearted moment like that is great. Happy for this poster. Let's go ahead and read another story. Alright, this post is titled, "I've been lying to my family for 25 years. I guess it's time for me to come clean. Not because I feel bad about what I've been doing, but because it's possible my eldest son is onto me. I have 3 kids and a wonderful wife. For more than 25 years, our family has loved doing puzzles together. Since we started, I've done something that may seem unsavory to some people that don't understand the joy of putting in that final piece. To ensure it was always me, whenever we start a new puzzle, I take one of the pieces out and hide it in a green sock that's at the bottom of my dresser. Whenever we get to the very end of a puzzle, we all have once again lost a piece. We all search frantically for it until I'm the hero who always finds it. Well, this Sunday we got to completion once again, only this time there were 2 pieces missing. We began searching. It may be my imagination, but my eldest son gave me a look. It was a half smirk. I think he's onto me. Derek, if you're reading this, I have more patience than you do. I'll hold on to my piece forever if I need to. Find yours first. Find yours first. Let's put an end to this madness. I'll just go ahead and read the update here. Well, folks, I've been duped. I got up this morning, went into the kitchen to get some coffee, and as I walked past the puzzle, I noticed that it had been completed. All pieces accounted for. I calmly and politely knocked on Derek's door and asked him about it. He denied knowing anything about it, like super convincingly. I went back down to my bedroom, confused as ever, and just sat on my bed with a blank stare. My wife asked me what was wrong, and I told her that the puzzle was completed and that I have no idea how it got done. She literally started laughing like a hyena. "I've always known about your dumb green sock," she said. "I'm in shock. I'm numb. Like a gut punch." So as it turns out, she's known what I've been doing for at least 10 years. She said she loved watching me walk around thinking that I was some criminal mastermind tricking everyone, and that's why she's never said anything. She wanted me to have the win, while she secretly laughed and had her own fun in secret. I don't even know what to say. I'm just processing everything. I can't believe that she's had this over me for so long and I've literally had no idea. She noticed a decade ago that I had just one green sock. Since I lost the pair forever ago, and immediately knew something was up with it since I refused to throw it away. I guess that just makes sense. I'm an idiot. I've come to the realization that my wife is actually the master here. It's her house, and I should just be thankful that she lets me live in it. Great story. No notes. I do think that, like, if for 25 years the dad is always the one who finds the last puzzle piece, like, I think the family would definitely be onto you, but great bit while it lasted. Alright, I think I like that a little bit more. We gotta build some more stuff around here. I haven't had many other ideas for what else to put out here, but maybe I can think about that for the next video. But it's good to always remember that you can go back and fix a build if you think it looks like garbage. Since we're only doing good vibes today, I think I'm not gonna stress out about what I'm doing for the rest of the video. So I'm just gonna do some exploring and gather some miscellaneous resources while I read the rest of these stories. Also, I always fly by this ravine. Look at how cool this is. Hang on. I've never seen a ravine like this with these huge spires coming out of it. I kind of wish I had started building my base here, frankly. Okay, my bad. I got distracted. I'm currently misleading my girlfriend. She's an actress and will be in a show in a few months, and she'd really like for me to see it. I, however, am moving away for college soon, and it'll be a long flight from home. Right now, whenever we talk about it, I say the same things like, I wish I could, or maybe someone else could take videos. And flights are just too expensive. What she doesn't know is, I absolutely will be there. I'm booking a flight so I can see it and surprise her on opening night. It feels like I'm keeping a huge secret from her for now, but I can't wait to see the look on her face as she runs into my arms when she wasn't expecting me to be at the show. I love her so much. A couple months later after the show happened, this poster made an update to their initial post on Reddit, so I'll just go ahead and read that now. A lot has happened since I made the original post, and there was a point where she needed to know she had my support. So I told her that I had been planning to surprise her, but really could make it to the show. We've really been looking forward to seeing each other since then. I did keep some element of my visit a surprise though, especially since in that conversation she said that she thought the surprise would have been sweet. I told her that because of my class schedule, I wouldn't get to leave until Friday night and see her on Saturday. But the tickets I booked were actually for Wednesday night, so I could see her on Thursday, her opening night. She had absolutely no idea, and I had nervous and excited butterflies all of yesterday and today. I really didn't want her to see me until after the show, and I didn't want word to spread to her that I was there, so I disguised myself with a baseball cap, glasses, and a mask. Got my tickets quickly and went to my seat. The show was amazing. She filled her role so well and put on the best performance I've ever seen from her. Lots of her co-stars were on point, and overall it was just a lovely production. Once it was over, I took off the disguise and stood in the lobby with a huge bouquet of flowers waiting for her to notice me. It took a while, but when she finally did, it felt unreal. I gave her flowers and the tightest hug I could, along with all of my congratulations. It might have been the cutest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. She did break the news to me later that someone had recognized me at intermission though, and word had gotten backstage that I was there. I know that made her nervous, and I didn't get to see the look on her face I was waiting months for, but her performance didn't miss a beat, and she reenacted that look for me later. We spent a lot of time together after the show, time that she wasn't expecting to get until later this weekend, but was beyond happy to have tonight. We waited until everyone else left, then danced to some of our favorite songs in the freezing cold parking lot. I love her with my entire heart and soul, and I'm so happy I did it. I'm happy it was well received, and it was by far the most romantic night of my life. I love that story, and I also think it's like a really good example of what you should be doing in relationships. Like, obviously you should be showing your partner as often as you can how much you appreciate them, but sometimes it's nice to go a little overboard. This guy wanted to make his girlfriend's opening night really special, and he did that, and that's great. But also just like doing something nice for your partner on any random day. Like, oh man, if you just came home with flowers on like a Tuesday, you'd be the man. Talk about game. I gotta write this stuff down. I need to do this in the future. Okay, so this next one still has really good vibes. Like, this is still a story with a happy ending. The vibes are just a little bit less good. Like, it's a little more dramatic. I guess I can't resist putting like a little bit of a dramatic story in one of these videos. Like, I need a little bit of drama. Okay, this one is titled, "My Fiancé Settled For Me, and I Don't Know If I Should Go Through With the Wedding." The poster says that he's a 29-year-old male and his fiancée is a 27-year-old female. My fiancée is way out of my league. She's a legit 10 from looks to personality, just way beyond what I ever thought I was capable of convincing to date me, let alone marry me. The reason why, though, has always been a question in the back of my mind, and unfortunately last week I got the answer. I overheard a conversation she had with her sister about me. I had just come home, and I guess she didn't hear me come in. The conversation was long, but basically she confirmed that she's marrying me because I'm your typical nice guy that you settle down with. She said I adore her and that it's best to be with someone that puts you on a pedestal. She also basically confirmed that she had much more wild sex with other guys that she's dated, but that she'd had her fun and that I was just fine in that area. So later that night, I told her that I overheard her, and I said that I was concerned that she was settling for me. And she didn't totally dismiss it. She said that she loved me, of course, and she knew she wanted to marry me early on because I was the type of guy that you marry. Now, I didn't take this well. I don't want to be someone that you settle for. I want to marry someone that's as crazy about me as I am about them. So I told her that, and also that she's too good to settle. She should have a person that she's crazy about and that also puts her on a pedestal. So I told her to take some time to think about it, and if I'm the one that she really wants, and then she broke down into tears. She apologized for saying all that stuff to her sister, and said that she didn't mean it. I eventually caved and apologized. And for the past week, she's basically been all over me. I love this girl, but how's she gonna feel about me in 10 years if she's not head over heels for me now? Am I making too much out of this? How should I handle this moving forward? I just want to say really quick that if I was in this guy's shoes and I overheard that conversation, I would absolutely also be freaking out. That just hits all of the insecurities that I would not be able to stop thinking about that until I had a conversation about it. I definitely don't think it's something that you break up an engagement over, but it's definitely something that you need to talk out with your fiance. Like if you overhear that conversation, that is just unfortunate. That's just an unfortunate thing to eavesdrop on. But we know it ends well here, so let's see how they work it out. This update's just a couple days after the initial post. Here's what he writes. My fiance got out her old phone last night, which is the one that she had when we first started dating, and showed me texts that she had sent to her sister and her friends about me. They made me feel a lot better. After our first date, she texted her sister, "I'm going to marry this one." There were a lot more, including some not safe for work ones sent to her friend after the first time we had sex. Those were more relief that the sex was actually good. There was no over-the-top praise, but she was complimentary. So I guess I'll take it. There were a lot more texts on the phone. She had it for a few years before she met me, and there were plenty of texts about other guys in there as well. I read those too, and she didn't seem as gushy about any of them. I know she loves me and has from the start, so for me, I think that's enough. Look at that, they ended up together. That's great. That's right. This is a happy ending. This qualifies to be in this video, right? I was kind of hoping that he would sound a little bit more thrilled to be marrying her rather than saying, "So I guess I'll take it." But you know what? Whatever. It's in the video. I've already recorded it. It's in the video now. All right. It's at least a positive, semi-positive ending. Okay. These next few stories are subscriber submissions. Thank you to everybody who's written in. If you have a story that you would like me to read, you can send it to the email that is linked in the description. All right. Today's subscriber story is titled My Beautiful Singer. When me and my boyfriend had recently gotten together, we were invited to a birthday party of a mutual friend of ours that would be at a karaoke place. My friend made it clear that she wanted everyone to enjoy the karaoke as much as possible, so that everyone had their own moment singing. When it was my boyfriend's turn, boy was everyone shocked. My boyfriend has this very high-pitched, cartoony voice when talking, but when singing, he's literally Frank Sinatra. Exact same voice. He could easily get a job replicating his voice because it sounds insanely similar. And his favorite song is also My Way, that's a Frank Sinatra song, which is the one he sang at the karaoke party. Literally 3 people cried, me included, and the rest just had their jaws dropped. My old school had this contest which they do every year. It's to pick someone to compete in representing the school in an annual singing competition between all the schools in my city. The auditions to be in my school's singing contest were literally the day of the karaoke party. So a lot of people were thinking about it, and he got asked why he never participated in that contest. He replied that he had wanted to for fun, but he always forgot that there were auditions. The moment that I heard him say, "I wanted to," I got really mad that the auditions had literally been yesterday, and I grabbed him to talk to him in private and asked him 3 times if he was serious he wanted to be in the contest, to which he replied, "Yeah." The moment I got home, I sent one of our teachers the video of my boyfriend singing, and I sent him 20 messages explaining why he wasn't able to do the audition. And since I know little to nothing about the contest, I have no clue who to talk to and to give him another chance to audition because his voice is too beautiful not to be heard. My tutor agreed, and after a bit of asking around, we found out that there was another audition scheduled since not that many people auditioned the first time. My boyfriend did the audition, and I kid you not, after his audition, they just started preparing him for the contest since they were so sure that he was going to win. And he did. They ended up picking him to represent our school, and he got second place overall in the competition. Here's the craziest part. He did not know that he sang well until the day of the karaoke. He just enjoyed singing, but he pretty rarely sang in front of other people, and the few times that he did, he couldn't tell if the compliments were backhanded. We suspect he learned mainly since his older sister is a professional singer, and when he was a little kid, she'd always practice with him, and also taught him how to sing, albeit indirectly. I'm genuinely jealous of this guy. That's the dream. You just go to a karaoke night and you're secretly great at singing. That's amazing. I want a good singing voice so bad, but that is just not the case. I have to face reality. But I love this story. We just all secretly have a friend that when we go to a karaoke night, they're just amazing at singing. I also really like that you went to bat for your boyfriend and advocated for him to get in the audition. That's a really supportive thing to do, and you deserve the credit for that. And your boyfriend definitely deserves the credit for crushing the audition and getting the part. That's actually the only subscriber story that we have today. I'm sorry to cut it short, but there will be another subscriber stories video coming soon, so I can spend more time and focus on them there. And that's also all the Reddit stories in Minecraft that I have for you today. Thank you so much to everyone who has written in, has commented, subscribed, liked the video. I feel like I just have the best group of people watching these videos, and I feel incredibly lucky. I've been reading up on reverse psychology lately, so you should actually go ahead and unsubscribe. Actually, no, I don't like this bit. I wrote this bit down, and I don't like it. Okay, you should regular psychology subscribe. I desperately need a creeper farm in this world. I have spent way too much time using ender pearls to travel around, so I need to get some fireworks going so I can finally use Elytra. And while I build that creeper farm today, I'm going to be reading some Reddit stories. Thanks as always for coming back to the channel. Let's go ahead and then judge some people. Alright, here's the first story. Am I wrong for telling my friend that I don't want to end up like her after she told me to lower my standards? I'm a 22-year-old female, and I met Rachel, 23, female, 3 years ago in university, and we became friends. For context, I never dated before, and I'm okay with that. I don't purposefully seek out relationships, and I'm comfortable being with myself. I have a few close friends, and that's enough for me. In contrast, Rachel has had a lot of boyfriends, and she doesn't like to be single, her words. She met her husband, Max, 2 years ago in one of the uni classes, and they quickly began dating. He isn't the most pleasant guy to be around in my opinion, and they had quite a few big arguments during the relationship. He even tried to flirt with me, and I told Rachel about it, but she dismissed it, saying he was probably just trying to butter me up so I would help him with homework. Ew. Okay. He has told some sexist jokes in the past too. Whenever they fought, I always told Rachel she deserves better and to break up with him. But in the end, they always made up. He proposed to her after 1 year, and they got married 4 months ago. However, after they moved in together, Max became even worse. He never helps out with cleaning or cooking, doesn't really take Rachel out on dates anymore, and whenever she tries to talk to him about it, Max tells her to stop complaining about wife duties. So a few days ago, Rachel asked me if I would go out on a date with one of her friends from high school who is single and looking for a relationship. I've never been on a date before, so I agreed out of curiosity. We went to a nice restaurant. The guy never asked me a single question about myself back, and I got tired of coming up with questions about him. We just sat for the rest of the meal in awkward silence. We split the bill, and after he walked me to my subway station, he tried to kiss me. I declined politely as I could and went home. The next day I met up with Rachel. Apparently she'd already heard about how the date went from her friend. She asked me why I rejected him. I told her the reasons that I mentioned before, and that I really didn't like the guy. Then she rolled her eyes and said that I needed to lower my standards because I'm honestly not that attractive, that I blew maybe my only chance to date, and if I continue like that, I'll end up forever alone, even though she knows I'm fine without a relationship. I'm also not insecure about my appearance, but hearing my friends say that about me hurt. I got angry and said, better to be alone forever than end up like you with a husband that doesn't respect me. She started crying and said that I was being rude when she's just trying to look out for me, and then left. We haven't texted or spoken since. Honestly, I'm not sure if I want to salvage this friendship after finding out this is how Rachel felt about me the whole time. However, I feel guilty for saying this to her when I knew it was a sore spot, and also for kind of blaming her for the fact that her husband is awful. Am I the asshole in this situation? Yeah, I mean, I would be okay with never talking to this person again. That's just like a genuinely evil thing to say to a friend, or someone you consider a friend. Telling them that they blew their only chance to date and that they need to lower their standards is crazy. That's insane. I don't blame the poster for lashing back out. I mean, it's not cool what she said as well, but like, her friend made an absolutely out-of-pocket comment, and she just got what was coming. I think it's really nice that the poster feels kind of bad about saying what she said. I think it shows that she's like actually a good person. Yeah, I mean, like, I think it's okay to apologize for saying something mean. You can totally take the high road here and just send one last text that's like, hey, I'm so sorry that I said what I said. I'd appreciate it if we just like parted ways or something. I would say this poster does not need to salvage their friendship, but if they decide to make up, then I mean, like, one more comment like that and you don't ever talk to them again. It's kind of simple. I feel like this one was a freebie. This poster is absolutely not the asshole for this. Let's read another story. You know what? I was gonna build this whole thing out of netherite because I thought it would be easier to build with, but I think I've just decided to use a different block that might look less ugly. So I'm gonna go figure out what block that's gonna be. Alright, here's another one. We got an am I overreacting? Okay, there's absolutely no punctuation in this, so I'm gonna do my best to read this. Am I overreacting for snapping at my friend for joking about my job again? I recently got a full-time job at a small design studio. Oh my god. Put periods in your sentences, people. Okay, starting over. I recently got a full-time job at a small design studio after freelancing for a while. It was a huge step for me, and I genuinely enjoy the work. My friend works in corporate and constantly makes little jabs about my career being easy or not that serious. I usually ignore it, but during this convo, I finally said something. Okay, and we have the receipts. This is my favorite part, getting to read people's texts. I'm gonna do my best to read these texts, but I'll also put them on screen right now. The poster writes, "The client signed off on the rebrand. It was a ton of work, but I'm really proud of how it turned out." That's cool. Must be nice to get paid to doodle all day. Lol. It's a bit more than doodling, but yeah, I love it. I mean no offense, just saying sounds like fun. Meanwhile, I'm in meetings all day actually working. Wow, okay. I'm not sure why you feel the need to downplay what I do. I was joking. Why are you so sensitive? Because you say stuff like this all the time. It doesn't feel like a joke, but it keeps happening. It's not weird to want my work to be respected. You act like I sit around drawing cartoons for fun when I'm working long hours just like you. It just doesn't seem that hard. Sorry, it's not like you're dealing with clients yelling at you all day or managing a whole team. You have no idea what my job actually involves. And for the record, yes, I deal with clients. Yes, I manage deadlines and revisions and creative briefs, just like anyone else. Okay, calm down. I didn't mean to offend you. I'm not even angry. I just want you to stop acting like your job is the only one that's valid or difficult. Fine, whatever. You clearly can't take a joke, and now you're making this a big thing. I'm asking for basic respect. You wouldn't like it if I constantly made fun of your work and told you it sounded boring. I guess I didn't realize you were so touchy about your job. Sorry for trying to have a light combo. It's only light for you because you're not the one being put down. Ooh, this would drive me up a wall. This would actually bother me. I'm getting mad just reading this. People that say things like this rely on you being too polite to actually, like, fight back. Like, they're making a passive-aggressive comment and having it both ways, where they're saying the thing, they're making the remark that they want to say that's kind of snide, but saying it in such a way to where it's like, you can't really call them out on it. And then, of course, when this guy did get called out for his comments, he was like, "Oh, no, I'm joking. You're just being sensitive." I think people in creative professions see this kind of thing a lot, where their work is looked down upon as, like, not a real job by people in corporate stuff, which is just such BS. Like, everybody's job is hard. Everybody's working hard to make money. There's no need for any sort of comments like this amongst your friends. You see this a lot in college, too, with, like, different majors thinking that they're better and work harder than other majors. This guy's just making a rude, disrespectful comment and then trying to gaslight his friend into believing that it wasn't rude or disrespectful. And I'm glad that he got called out on this bullshit. This guy probably does have a difficult corporate job, but why go around belittling other people? Just be happy for your friend that is working a creative job and doing what they enjoy and making money at it. That's great. Be happy for them. Don't make snide remarks. You can tell I'm getting worked up here. Let's move on to another story before I burst a blood vessel. Okay, here's the next story. Am I the asshole? I lied to the people who I was babysitting for to get them to come home. I'm 15 years old and I babysit to make money. I took a first aid course and a babysitting course. Last weekend, one of my little sister's classmates' parents had a wedding to go to and asked if I would babysit. I asked how late they would need me and if I should pack an overnight bag if they were going to be staying out all night. They said that they would be home by midnight, so I checked with my dad to see if that was okay and if he would be my ride. He doesn't want me alone in a car with adults he doesn't know. So my dad was there to pick me up at 11:50 that night. The kids were all asleep and I was watching TV. I had texted the parents at 11 o'clock to double check that they would be home in time. The mom had texted back yes. At 12:30, they still aren't there. I texted them again. No answer. I called my dad and he was pissed. Not at me, thankfully. 1 o'clock. I called him. No answer. My dad went and got a coffee at home and came back. He was all calm. Not good. He's ready to blow. I texted every 15 minutes. No response. At 2:20, I had an idea. I texted them that someone had tried to break into their garage, but the alarm had scared them away. They were home drunk in an Uber in 15 minutes. My dad made them pay me for the extra time before we left. He told me that I'm not allowed to babysit for them again unless I charge them for an overnight stay. Yesterday at school, I saw the mom when I was picking up my sister after school. She gave me shit for scaring her and her husband. And they had checked their security cameras and no one had tried to break in. I said sorry, the alarm went off, so I called you. She called me a liar, which is fair. But I don't feel bad about what I did. They lied to me first. My mom says I just should have sucked it up, but my dad says they broke our deal. I kind of feel bad for tricking them into coming home from their party, but they could have told me it was an overnight, or texted me that they were going to be home late. My dad has brought me an overnight bag before when this has happened. I mean, this is just incredibly irresponsible on the part of the parents that this poster was babysitting for. It's okay to come back late, but you have to text the babysitter and let them know. This kid is 15 years old. He's got school in the morning or something. Like, you can't just keep a 15-year-old out all night and not tell them the plan. This kid's dad is outside waiting to take him home. Like, these parents were incredibly irresponsible. They have no right to be mad. Now, they can be mad that they were maybe lied to, but who cares? They needed to come home, or they needed to be clearer about when they were coming home. Listen, I get it. Childcare is expensive, and you want to go cut a rug on the dance floor at a wedding every once in a while. I get it. but you can't be lying about when you're coming home. Just send the kid a text that you're going to be there a little bit later. It's all good. And it's fine. This kid is absolutely not the asshole. These parents are. Let's read another story. I'm already starting to regret this like multicolored terracotta thing that we got going on, but whatever. I'm committed now. It's going to look like what it's going to look like at the end. Doesn't need to be perfect. I think my boyfriend is exaggerating or faking his illness. I'm a 26-year-old female, and I've been with my boyfriend, a 30-year-old male, for a little under 2 years. In that time we've been together, his chronic pain, which isn't connected to any particular or known condition as he refuses to go to a doctor, has gotten worse and worse. It's reached a point where he's almost incapable of doing chores or house projects, is usually too exhausted or in pain to make or agree to plans, and getting him to do anything outside of the house together is like pulling teeth. His objections always revolve around his pain and fatigue. I've never suffered from chronic pain, so I'm not one to judge or accuse someone of making it up, since the pain itself is invisible and my boyfriend looks perfectly healthy. But he's now been unemployed for 4 months, and I'm starting to question things. I'm starting to feel doubtful for any number of reasons, and the main ones are that A, he never turns down his friends' invitations to hang out, even when the activity is something physically intense like kayaking or going hiking or going to a music festival. B, he's never too tired or in too much pain to have sex. Over time, it's almost made it seem like he's conveniently in an unbearable amount of pain when he has to do something he isn't that interested in, i.e. chores. And I'm starting to feel like he just doesn't seem to want to hang out with me outside of what we do lazing around the house. I've never accused him of faking or exaggerating his pain, but I have tried to talk to him about doing more fun stuff together, and it always circles back to his pain or him accusing me of trying to keep him from spending time with his friends, which I'm not trying to do by any means. I've done a ton of research into autoimmune disorders and conditions that could be causing this problem. I always bring my findings and suggestions to him, but he doesn't believe a doctor or any traditional medicine will help him. I'm also bothered because when we go to family outings or parties that we're both invited to, he'll talk to anyone who will listen about how bad his chronic pain is and how frustrating it is to not be able to find a solution to that pain. The thing is, he's not actually looking for a solution. He just smokes weed every day and calls that good enough while lamenting and complaining about his body the way that it is. He also refuses to return to work because of his pain. For additional context, he seems to have really extreme muscle spasms, tightness, particularly in his back. I'm happy to support him through hard times, but the fact that he won't work is getting concerning, and I feel severely stuck. I'm not interested in supporting him financially on a long-standing basis, but at the moment I partially am by covering some of his expenses. If this post makes me feel like a total asshole for questioning the degree of my boyfriend's chronic pain, so be it. I just need help and answers. So here are my questions. Where do I go from here? Do you think it's possible that my boyfriend is using his pain as a crutch? Should I put some kind of ultimatum in place that will get him medical care or attention? I don't know much about chronic pain, so I don't want to disregard this guy's pain entirely. Like, he could very well be in a lot of pain. I will say that the way that this story is being told, it does seem like he is using it as an excuse sometimes to get out of things that he doesn't want to do. Like, it is convenient that he's always able to do these other things that he wants to do with his friends and then not do things around the house. That really is convenient. But I don't know. He could, I could just be misunderstanding the way that his pain works. But if I were in this poster's position, I think I would also be thinking the same thoughts and be suspicious that my partner is just lying about their pain or maybe exaggerating it. I think maybe that's the thing, is that he probably does actually have pain, but maybe sometimes he plays it up or exaggerates it to get out of things that he doesn't want to do. That could be what it is. But there is an update here, so let's go ahead and read that really quick. Giving you just really quick some of the TLDR on these comments on the post. A lot of them were suggesting the ultimatum thing on getting some actual like care from a doctor, and they were just suggesting that this guy is taking advantage of her financial resources and taking advantage of this poster. On to my update. Armed with some fresh perspectives and fresh frustrations, I talked to my boyfriend and told him that he needs to see a doctor or I will no longer be able to support him financially and stand by while he remains unemployed and unmotivated to get help that he needs. I also addressed the idea of managing/balancing his energy levels differently so that we're able to share household responsibilities more effectively, spend quality time together, and keep him doing the things that he loves with his friends. His response was really bad. He told me that if I'm unwilling to step up and clean around the house, something I'm already doing, that there's no use living together, and that my efforts to clean are the bare minimum and not good enough for his standards anyway. He was also really mad that I hadn't taken initiative to take care of yard projects and car repairs. He sat there and spouted off a whole list of things I'm not noticing and cleaning. And once again, he was focused on the idea that I don't like his friends, or I'm jealous of them, and don't want him spending less time with them, which isn't true at all. He basically brushed over everything I said and focused on my perceived faults. This told me everything I need to know, and I told him I was leaving. He was just mad, not sad or hurt at all. I'm still crying excessively over his whole reaction. I still don't know how real or unreal his chronic pain is, but I guess it doesn't matter anymore. I'm truly at a loss. Yeah, I mean, that was probably for the best that they break up. She was supporting him financially. This poster was supporting him financially, and he was unwilling to go see a doctor and was just angry about the work that she's not doing around the house. I get bad vibes from the guy, and I think it's probably best that they split up. If he really is in all that pain, then I hope he go finds a doctor at some point, but I think this poster is probably better off without him. By the way, I'm following a tutorial to build this creeper farm. I'm absolutely not doing this from memory. And I'm kind of struggling through building this, but the tutorial is really good, and it will be linked in the description. You can find it there. Okay, here's the next one. It's titled, Girlfriend Got a Massive Tattoo for Me. In this story, the poster describes themselves as 31 and male, and their girlfriend as a 27-year-old female. I've been with my girlfriend for almost a year. I've always made sure to know that I wanted to take things very slow and that I didn't want anything too serious right now. I've only been divorced for a year and I have primary custody of my kids, 2 and 4 years old. So they are and always have been my priority. I can't stress how clear I was about keeping our relationship casual. Anyways, I have a lot of tattoos. I won't pretend like they're all super meaningful, but most of the bigger pieces are related to my hobbies, friends, family, and random stuff I'm into. My girlfriend only had the tiniest tattoo on her ankle. I was away last week doing a bachelor party in Vegas, and she texts me that she has a surprise for me and sends me a pic of the tattoo. It's a tree that starts at where ass meets leg and ending on the back of her neck. The branches have shitty tattoos that are copies of many of mine, and a few in particular piss me off. One is a copy of a tattoo my buddies and I got done to commemorate a friend of ours that died. Another is very similar to one of mine that was inspired by a drawing my kid did. I showed it to my friends and they all think she's fucking crazy. Her explanation is that she just liked my tattoos, so she wanted to get similar ones but in her own design. And she did it to honor me. She said she got it for me. She went to a shitty artist, so it looks pretty bad and the design isn't too great itself, which I think defeats the purpose of honoring someone. And they mean literally nothing to her. Between her copying my tattoos and having a genuinely shitty tattoo covering her entire backside, I really don't find her sexy anymore. It's a huge mood killer. I'm starting to consider just breaking up with her because what she did seems so insane. On the other hand, we've been dating for almost a year and I'm really into her. And now she has this giant tattoo that's honoring me, so breaking up would suck. Opinions? Getting a tattoo of your partner that is a casual relationship, like a massive tattoo, like a big tattoo, only a year into the relationship, is definitely, it's a bold choice, to say the least. This poster's girlfriend can do whatever she wants with her body. That's totally on her. I will say that I probably would be in the same camp as this guy. I think it would probably freak me out a little bit. Getting copies of his tattoos on her body only after a year is definitely strange, and it's a red flag. I don't know if it would be a breakup level thing for me, but I could understand somebody breaking up over that, for sure. There's an update though, so let's go ahead and read what happened next. Okay, this update is from 9 days after the initial post. Quick update. We broke up. I tried to stick it out, but the tattoo was too much of a turnoff, and I just didn't find her attractive anymore, which is the opposite of what she had intended with it. The breakup went about as expected. She completely lost it, and yes, she was mad because she thought it would lead to something more serious eventually. My artist agreed to finish the piece for her, and he will cover up the bits that match my tattoos. It should be very easy since there wasn't any shading yet. I'm glad she agreed to see him because now her tattoo has a chance of looking decent, and I can be certain that it will be properly covered up. I tried to get her to explain to me why she thought it would be a good idea, but all she kept saying was that she truly believed I would like it, and that she thought it would help move our relationship to the next level. I told her she should see a therapist, and she told me to fuck off, so there you have it. I think that breakup is probably justified. I think whether or not you think that's justified, it's good that he at least offered to have his tattoo artist cover up the parts of the tattoo that were references to his own tattoos for his girlfriend. I think that's at least a show of good faith and a kind thing to do for the person that you're breaking up with. I just think that if you're ever going to get a tattoo of your partner, referencing your partner, you just really got to be sure that you're going to be with them forever. And do it after your relationship has lasted for longer than a year, I would say. I don't know why building circles in Minecraft is so hard, but making the circle for this farm has been my worst nightmare. I keep finding mistakes in the circle and having to redo it. Am I the asshole for requesting to remove my thesis partner from our research, which may cause her not to graduate? This poster, by the way, is male. So I'm in a college course with only 8 people, so we're all pretty close. For our thesis, we were assigned to work in pairs, and I got partnered with a woman I've already worked with on several school projects before. She tends to do things last minute, but she usually does them. So I wasn't thrilled, but I figured we'd manage. That changed quickly. We both work night shifts, but she also has a kid. I get that, and I've really tried to be understanding. But I still managed to interview her 3 times over 3 months while she was constantly unavailable. When it came to transcribe the interviews, each about an hour long, we split the work, but she still didn't do any of hers. I ended up doing all of it just to keep us from falling behind. Then came the most tedious and time-consuming part of our paper. We split the work again, and for almost a month, I kept bugging her and messaging her to finish her part, and she never did. I eventually gave up and just did the whole thing myself. I told our advisor, and they made her pay the subscription to the software we were using as compensation, but that was the only thing she contributed. Still trying to be fair, I asked her to handle the thesis defense presentation and script instead, but on the day of the defense, the presentation was unfinished, and I had to fix it myself right there in the room. She arrived 1.5 hours late, and the script she gave only covered 20 pages for a 40-plus page slide deck. After the defense, we were told to redo the tedious parts and rewrite chapters 3 and 4 separately so we could compare and combine. I started mine right away. What did she do? She still hasn't done anything. I've constantly been messaging her asking her for updates, but I just got a, yeah, I'll do it, but still have received nothing. And I constantly see her active on Facebook and posting stories. Finally, I asked our advisor if I could submit the thesis under my name only, which would mean she wouldn't graduate. Now people are telling me I'm being too harsh, and I should just carry her one last time. But honestly, I feel like I've carried her through the entire thing already. Am I the asshole for doing this? Even if it might cost her her graduation. I've definitely never heard of like a joint thesis. Like having to pair up with someone else for the most important part of your like college career is kind of crazy. but maybe this is a thing for some professions, some majors. I think this person's doing the right thing though, keeping the professor in the loop about how much effort they're putting in. If the project were smaller, I would say, yeah, maybe carry her, maybe just submit it together. That's fine. But for something as important as a thesis, you want to make sure that your work is being done correctly. And I would be worried that if I included any of her work with my thesis, that it wasn't going to be good and I would end up losing credit for it. It sounds like he's made a good faith attempt to try every single option available, and this feels like it's a last resort. So I don't think he's the asshole for considering this. Anyways, sucks for this poster. I hope they're able to get their thesis done, but let's move on to another story. Am I the asshole for refusing to wash a huge pile of dishes at my friends with benefits house? I stayed over at my friends with benefits house, and in the morning, I woke up to him in the kitchen making breakfast and cooking dinner for himself and his kids. He has them later that day. The breakfast was pasta bolognese warmed up from previous nights. Don't hate on pasta for breakfast, alright? After cooking, he said something along the lines of, "Since I've done all this, can you wash up the plates?" The thing is, the dishes were a massive pile. Stuff left behind from him and the other people staying at the house over time. None of it was mine. What bothered me most was how he positioned it, as if he'd done something special for me, and now I owed him something in return. I pointed out that he wasn't cooking for me. The dinner was for his kids and himself, and breakfast was leftovers. I told him not to frame it like he did all this for me, when that wasn't the case. If he had just said, "Hey, since you got the day off, could you help me with the dishes?" I might have actually considered helping, but it was the way he framed it that rubbed me the wrong way. He then started calling me a whingy bitch, etc. So, am I the asshole for pushing back? Yeah, I mean, if he's calling you a whingy bitch, like, I don't think he doesn't sound like a great guy to start off with. It's always nice to offer to help to do the dishes, but this poster is absolutely not obligated to do the dishes, especially if there's dishes left over that were not hers in the first place. It sounds like there was a big pile just built up from over time. This guy just heats up pasta from last night and expects her to do all the dishes then that have built up after a while. That does sound unfair. I missed this. This poster also added, "For what it's worth, I would never expect someone to wash dishes in my house, especially not a guest, especially not with messes they didn't make." And I think that kind of sums it up. This guy should absolutely not have the expectation that this poster is going to do the dishes, or should be doing the dishes. I think I'm a pushover and I would have washed the dishes. but that's just me. That's my problem. This person's absolutely in the right. Okay, am I overreacting for insisting my friend board her dog? I agreed to take care of my coworker's older dog while she was on vacation for the week. Her dog is 10 years old. I originally thought I'd be checking up on her before and after work, walking her, feeding her, the typical dog watcher duties. She paid me $200 for the whole week, which is about $28 a day. I typically charge about $26 a day, so this seemed fair initially. She left me 8 pages, front and back, of instructions for her dog. She wants me to stay overnight with her and pick her up and put her in the bed with me, and freaked out when I told her I had plans for my day off and would be leaving her for a few hours. While I was at work yesterday, she pulled the trim off the door, chewed some of the paint from around the handles, and started to chew on the drywall. Today, when I got home from work, she started to eat and rip out the insulation, chewed up and ripped out even more drywall, and started to chew through the electrical wire. My coworker's in another country 8 hours ahead. Would I be overreacting if I insisted she board her dog for the remainder of her trip? I cannot put my life on hold and supervise her pup 24/7. And above that, I can't stand the thought of her dog getting seriously injured or causing any more property damage. What do I say? How do I proceed? I don't have the PTO to call off work, and I'm certainly not getting paid fairly for the extent of this dog sitting situation. We have some pictures of the damage that was done, and the dog, who's very cute. I'm going to put those on screen right now, and you can take a look at those. But I mean, I feel bad for the dog. The dog is just stressed out and doesn't know what's going on. It's not the dog's fault that it's just completely destroying this house. But I think like a real professional needs to take care of this dog while her owner's away. This dog gets way too much separation anxiety to really like be taken care of by a friend. I think it needs like proper professional doggy daycare. from the looks of this absolute mayhem that it has caused in this house. I also don't really think I don't know if this was really irresponsible on the owner's part though. Like the owner definitely did their due diligence and left a lot of notes for the poster to get the full picture of this dog. I just think like if your dog has that many requirements, you should probably just start by putting them in doggy daycare rather than getting a friend to take care of them. Because like the dog is chewing through electrical wire. The dog can get seriously injured from that. I'm curious to hear from the dog owners on this one though. I don't own a dog, but I live with a dog. My roommate has a dog, and I love that dog so much. But let me know what you think about this. Let's read another story. All right, we got some subscriber story submissions to read now. Thank you so much to everybody who's been sending in stories. If you have a story that you would like me to read, you can send it over to the email that is in the description. Go on now, get in there. Fall in. Okay, good. Here's the first subscriber story. So this happened yesterday at work, and it's been eating me up since. I'm a 24-year-old female, and I work as a videographer for a theater. During this show, I stepped out into the corridor for a moment, and the theater photographer, male 33, he's worked there for years, called me over. He was sitting in a little backstage corner with some makeup artists, female, in their 30s, laughing and joking around with them. I didn't know the makeup artist personally, so I thought he was just introducing me. He goes, "Hey, this is our videographer. She films the Instagram videos." And then suddenly, with a smirk, he says to the makeup artist, "You guys always say the videos suck, so now you can tell her directly instead of telling me." He kept repeating it and laughing like it was some hilarious joke. The makeup artists got really awkward. They didn't deny saying anything. They just stayed quiet, and then one of them mumbled, "Well, you said it too." I was just standing there completely frozen. I couldn't believe it was happening. I didn't know what to say. It felt like I was being served up to be mocked in front of people I barely know, people who are older than me and well established in the theater. Eventually, when the conversation moved on, I started to walk away, and he stopped me like, "What, did I offend you or something?" I said quietly, "Don't make me upset." That sounds weird when I write it in English, but this conversation was in another language. He rolled his eyes and launched into a rant about how women are always so sensitive. Then he turned to the makeup artist and asked, "How should someone react to criticism, huh? You just ignore the haters if you like what you do, right?" They all laughed and agreed with him. Then he directly asked me, "Do you like your videos?" I was just staring at him, not even blinking. I couldn't find the words. I was too angry and shocked. Eventually I said, "Yes, I like what I do." And he goes, "Well, then that's all that matters." A little later, when I tried to leave again, he stopped me once more and joked, "You don't want to hang out with us lowly people?" Right before I walked away for good, the photographer suddenly changed his tone. He became super patronizing, like he was concerned, and asked me if the theater was funding any training for me. He then started giving me unsolicited advice about where I should study and who I should go to for improvement, all in front of the same people. It wasn't kind or helpful. It was obviously just him posturing like he's some expert trying to uplift a poor, clueless newbie. I was so upset I had to step away for a while. I found a stairwell and sat down, and cried quietly for a few minutes before I could go back to work. After work, I told my coworker everything, and she was furious. She called him right away and demanded that he apologize. He refused and said that I didn't get the joke, and threw in some more sexist stuff like, "You women always get so emotional." He ended the call by saying he wouldn't talk to our department anymore. My coworker told him off and hung up. Now she and I both feel like we shouldn't just let this slide. I'm planning to talk to my supervisor, who's the deputy director, and also considering informing the department head. We're also debating whether to notify the head of the makeup department about what their team participated in, even if passively. I guess I'm just struggling with this awful mix of humiliation, anger, fear, and helplessness. It wasn't just a joke. I was mocked, diminished, and subtly put in a place where I was made to feel like a talentless kid among seasoned professionals. And when I didn't laugh along, I was called sensitive. The thing is, most people in the theater are actually happy with my work. Even the ballet and opera artists, who are known for being demanding and hard to please, have personally told me they enjoy the videos. Sure, I know I still have a lot to learn, but I'm young. I just graduated from university not long ago, and I'm still growing as a professional. I'm not claiming my work is perfect, but it's being well received by the majority, and I genuinely care about improving. What bothers me most is the feeling that this photographer is intentionally stirring up these conversations, almost like he wants to plant doubt in people's minds about the quality of my work. I don't know if it's insecurity or just ego, but it feels deliberate, and I'm tired of pretending it's harmless. Has anyone ever dealt with this kind of friendly humiliation at work before? How did you respond? Did you report it at all? I'm sorry that this happened to you. This is a super relatable story. I have absolutely worked with people that speak in this super patronizing tone. Unfortunately, you just run into these types of people when you're in your career. The good news is that you're doing all the right things by bringing this to the people in charge of your organization and letting them know exactly what happened. Maybe they won't do anything right now, maybe they will, but if they keep getting complaints like this about this guy, then he's going to have consequences. I mean, just from reading this, I can tell that this guy is just jealous of you. You're young, you just graduated from college, you have new ideas, people like the work you're doing, and he absolutely hears all that. He hears the positive things that people are saying about the videos that you're making, and he's jealous. He doesn't have the new ideas anymore. He doesn't get the compliments on his work that he's been doing for so long. And so he's just jealous that you are the young person that's getting a lot of attention, and he's trying to tear you down. That's a terrible thing to do. And it's important that you don't let him. Just keep working on yourself, keep working on your profession. Your videos are going to continue to get better, even better than they already are. And you're going to be more successful than this guy could ever dream to be. Thanks for writing in, though. Don't even pay attention to this guy when you see him. Okay, let's read another subscriber submission. All right, we officially got the farm working. This is how much gunpowder we have after like 15 minutes or so. I was just AFKing. This is pretty good, you know, it doesn't need to be perfect. This is enough. And we officially have endless gunpowder, so this is great. I need something to do for the rest of this video, so I've decided to renovate this cave passageway back at the base while I read the rest of the submissions here. I think I'm going to be going for kind of like an overgrown, cavey type vibe. Alright, here's the next subscriber submission. My music finally made it somewhere, but not the music I'm passionate about. I'm 16, he, they, and I've been writing music since around age 11 or 12, sometime in middle school. I've been passionate about becoming a punk rock artist for a couple years now. I'm an amateur guitar player, and I've been living with my uncle since my dad passed, who I learned guitar from. I just recently finished writing an album that I'm ready to release on streaming platforms once me and my uncle figure out the distribution. I've been uploading music to YouTube for about a year, but it's never gone anywhere. Barely ever got 13 subscribers. Even had an account banned once. Recently I got bored and made a Deltarune fan song. Deltarune is a semi-popular RPG game with a big amount of content released recently. A friend told me to upload it to my channel, so I did. And within a day I've gained subs. The video gained 2,000 views. I've even received praise in the comments I couldn't have dreamed of. Comments like, "This is peak." Praise I've never had. I didn't even put effort into the song. Yes, I am so proud, and I feel like I've made it somehow. But the songs I uploaded and recorded for my album, put tons of emotion into, put much more work into, barely hit 5 views. People telling me to do more Deltarune content. But if I didn't make more Deltarune content, since I don't want to, would my work I put my heart and soul into go anywhere near as far? Somehow my first success has been my biggest demotivator. I love Deltarune, don't get me wrong, but these personal anthems about things I'm afraid to talk about any other way, songs about parents' deaths, depression, anxiety, burnout, affection towards those I love, feel pointless to even think about. I've never even had a video go beyond 200 views before. What do I do after 2K? How can I use this to my advantage? And do you have any tips to grow my channel towards the things I actually want to promote? Hey man, congrats on the successful video and also creating an album that you're putting together. That's all amazing stuff, and you should be really proud. When it comes to this question of making what you're passionate about versus like what people are responding to online, it always comes back to this question of like, would you rather be an artist or a creator? It's this like line that has been emerging, I think, in the last couple of years, where if you're an artist, you create the art that you're passionate about, and it doesn't matter what other people say about it because it's yours. Whereas if you want to be an internet creator, you make something and you put it out in the world, people respond to it, and then you change what you make in response to how people receive it. It seems like today a lot of people are either one or the other. I think there's no shame in kind of riding the line between the two of those things. You found something that people are really responding to, and you can lean into that and get people to have eyes on more of your content. You can make more Deltarune songs, bring more people to your channel, and then keep releasing music that means something to you, that you're passionate about, and has more of those themes that you're talking about. Unfortunately, what people watch these days is dictated by algorithms that focus on promoting content over art. But I really relate to this email. Thank you for writing in. Congrats on the success. Let's move on to another story. Okay, we got one last subscriber story here. They write, for context, me, 18 female, and my girlfriend, 20 female, have been dating since high school, when I was 15 and she was 17. Ever since, things have been just wonderful. I had the chance to experience so much with her, and we haven't had any fights during our 2-year relationship. Just little inconveniences that we've known how to solve. The thing is that I've always had a little voice in my head telling me that I'm not good enough for her, mainly because of some insecurities I had since before we started dating, and the fact that the first steps, kissing, asking her to be girlfriend, etc., were done by her. At times, I feel that I just don't do enough for her. The real problem started once I realized that there was a chance that we were being serious, like let's get married and grow old together type serious. This was a few months after our first anniversary. I haven't been able to shake off the thought that I would rather experiment and date more people before I settle down with someone. It's crazy for me that the first ever relationship that I have has potential to last forever, leading me to think about settling down at age 17. This want to experience more has gotten worse since I got into med school. For some context, I'm not an American, and where I live, university students, especially ones that live in big cities like the one I live in, don't move out. So we both still live with our parents. Before getting into med school, I already feared that I would have to break up due to the lack of time together. Since I would be in med school, I wouldn't have enough time for our relationship, and we already had some problems related to how often we would see each other. And I just couldn't stop thinking about how it was going to only get worse once I had to study for a million tests and quizzes. Now that I'm in med school, we've had a few weekends that we could not see each other because I had to study, or situations in which I had to study while we were hanging out at my place. Also, since I'm at uni all day long, we don't really get time to talk during the day. We've talked before about people asking their partners for a breakup to experience and go out with other people, to which she said something like, I mean, if you want to go experience other people, just break up with your partner. Then she told me that if I ever asked something like that of her, she would be breaking up with me instantly. Not like I expected her to be like, yeah, I don't mind as long as we're together, but it just made me feel guilty. Now, the big problem is that I think I like someone else. I met a friend and a classmate of mine, 18, male, during the first week of university, and we bonded almost immediately. We were both in the same friend group with like 10 other people, but we are both in like the inner circle. Every time he walks into the classroom, I feel like my heart skips half a beat, and I feel like this adrenaline inside my body. I just feel happy. When we met, I just felt this spark between us. It's just sort of clicked and felt right. Now, what didn't and still doesn't feel right is the fact that I not only have a girlfriend, but he's also taken, and has been for longer than 2 years. Not that I would try and do anything if he was single, but it just drives me more insane and makes everything much more difficult. I don't know if the common idea that high school sweethearts don't last and that I'm not going to be able to give our relationship the time that it needs has affected and conditioned me to think that I have to break up with my girlfriend at some point, or if it's just one of those things that I can't control about myself. I also have to admit that I've had some dreams in which I essentially am cheating on my girlfriend, and I end up feeling so guilty afterwards, even if I know I can't control what I dream about. I'm lost and confused, and need someone unbiased to give some advice on how to approach this problem while harming the least amount of people possible. What should I do? I never really want to give direct advice, like in these types of situations, on whether or not, like whether you should break up or stay together. So I apologize, my answer here is going to be a little bit of a nothing burger. There might be commenters that can offer some better perspectives on your situation here. That being said, people have attractions and that's completely normal. You're human. But if the frequency or intensity of those outside attractions in a relationship is getting to be a lot, then that could be a sign. In this kind of situation, you should ask yourself the question of if you're with your partner because you actually want to be with your partner, or if you're just staying together because of all the history you have. Like, you need to make sure that you're being fair to your girlfriend. She cares about you, and it's not fair to her if you're just going through the motions or staying with her because that's just the way it always has been. With all that being said, all these doubts that you're having could just be a symptom of you guys spending so much time apart. Like you said, you're going to med school, your girlfriend's doing her own thing, and if you figure out a schedule in which you can spend more time together, then maybe you can rekindle those feelings that you had at the beginning of the relationship or earlier on, and be a little bit more confident in what you have right now. But I'm confident you're going to figure it out. I say it a lot because it's easy for me to say, but trust your gut. You'll know what to do. I think I may have overdone the vibe a little bit too much, but you know, I think it looks okay, and we can always redo it at some other point. That's all the Reddit stories in Minecraft I have for you today, though. Look at this, we finally have flight. It's about time, for real. But thanks again so much for watching. It truly means a lot. And remember, you can't spell subscribe without a U. I wrote that down in my notes app like a week ago. Like, yeah, that one's gonna crush. Oh my god. Alright, bye. you.